Hello, everyone, and hello, Rex. We are going to be playing some Great Ace Attorney tonight. We're going to see if this case will ever end. We continue to be on the very end of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, dealing with the trial that is the culmination of all of the little plot hooks that have been building up over the course of both games. It could be very interesting to see how they play this out. Have been a little disappointed in how they've been using the prosecution character in this trial, but the overall story is kind of carrying it regardless of that. So that's good. That's good. Checking in with the kitties, we have Ember up top. We have Sky in the upper left there in the tree. Mason is left center, and you can kind of see Sherbet down in the bottom there, inside the little box. Sammy is probably down and left somewhere from where Sherbet is. Actually, to the right of where Mason is. She tends to hide around corners and whatnot. But yeah, Great Ace Attorney. Gonna be an interesting broadcast. So let's get into that. All right. Now, where were we? Okay, that's right. So, what we've got is we've brought the prison warden back in. An accusation has been made against the head of the judiciary here in Great Britain, that he orchestrated a sort of assassination plot against people that were involved in a particular trial. My guess of what we're going to find out here is that this murder plot went down because he was removing all the people that knew about a cover-up that he had set up for a series of killings in Great Britain. So he or somebody murders a bunch of people, high-ranking nobles and the like. He pins it on a Japanese exchange student. Why that was the target, I don't know. Pins it on them. That person confesses or accepts the charges and is to be executed, but it seems like there is an escape plot that at least involved the warder, the guy on the right, and the head coroner at the time, because both of them would have been involved in transporting the recently executed as well as pronouncing them dead. In a similar vein, a particular physician was involved in the first autopsy of a noble that a police inspector pushed for, with the implication being that the evidence that was found during that autopsy was planted. It seems impossible that the evidence lines up with what was recorded about the body. So all of this is converging down. We're going to see where we end up with the warden and the warder here. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. And in Aken, there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Desk slam. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? Summarizing, folks, the person acting in prosecution is the son of the person that was executed during this whole plot and was supposed to be able to escape, but he was killed right after the end of the escape plot. Very twisty. And he came to Great Britain to study law after really pushing to get to that position in order to kind of seek revenge, indirectly seek revenge. Exactly, Tess. You know they've got something else in their pocket here. Oh, so welcome. Didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. He reminds me of somewhere 40s to 60s businessman. I can't remember what time period, but the BioShock games prior to the last one. Kind of reminds me of people from that period, his whole look. Maybe it is early 1900s. But it's that real heavy, slicked back hair and finely groomed mustache, you know? I see. But if the jailbreak plot originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. Hey there, I'm gonna go with Hata because I'm not versed in the phonetics of that alphabet. So hello there. Far too confident and calm. Let's see. Tass sticking to his guns that Herlock Sholmes is actually a villain. We know he's going to be involved. He's really engaged in this part of the trial now. He's orchestrated witnesses being provided. Point. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Ata, this is a pretty casual stream, so if you have questions or anything like that, just let me know. It's also a very narrative game, so it's easy to pause and chat. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. Once again, that was perfectly allowed for the rest of the trial. Why are we stopping now? So let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor, I would like the game to continue, please. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. All right, Natalia. Welcome. Double checking to make sure I have a cat on stream, and not only do we have Ember, but we've got a little toe bean visible there. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Not apparent. This is a British courtroom, and both the defense and the prosecution right now are Japanese exchange students. say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. If it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I couldn't say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What now? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I already read that earlier. I need to press these.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right, my only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. What brings you to the channel, Natalia? Are you a Ace Attorney game fan? That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Right then, who else did know about the plan? I not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar roles. So you don't know who else was involved? That's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now, is the disgraced coroner, given that information about fabricated evidence related to this particular scenario, or at least her lying on official documents, came out, and now she's been under investigation. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of five of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Vizzle. Vizzle. I keep saying Vizzle. Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No worries about the any difficulties typing. We'll do our best to muddle through. But yeah, you're joining us kind of at the never-ending climax of this trial. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. with Vigil's whole kind of life having fallen apart because of this. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Press. You've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Well, be that as it may, I didn't ken nothing about it. That is a thick accent that they're giving him. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Caden reacted very strongly to the idea that he might suffer some sort of cost for this whole process. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. Point. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Being all stoic.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? Point. My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Loop-de-loop-de-loop. What's the button? Pursue. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? That was his, the same little pose that he did as the repressed memories related to the jailbreak came back to him in the prior trial he was involved in. He's saluting now? What is this, some sort of Barclay convention? Governor Caden was just saying seems to have upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? His weird posing once again. For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. That kind of thing can be very tricky, especially if you're trying to do it kind of as it happens. Context can be difficult. Especially given that they have some mixed behaviors in context with the lead characters being Japanese and a lot of the characters being British, with some smatterings of others in there. There's a lot of different idiosyncrasies that could crop up. You see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's off a loose end. You now have a confessed killer with no possibility for him to gainsay it later. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? It might have to actually be chicanery. More of a sh sound. That's quite true. Whoever negotiated with Asogi... Hey there, Gumi. You're just in time for Von Zeeks to show on camera again, if nothing else. Whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. How you doing, Gumi? If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, and a body, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. I get the sleepy. I had an extra stream yesterday, and Sleepy caught up with me before the stream, so the stream was late. Not too bad today. Yes, all right, go on then. The only thing that the Chief Justice up there, I think, needs to be more villainous is like a cape with wide shoulders, you know? Get those anime cape pauldron things going on. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Oh, we got that. Because I only say what I know. Don't perjure yourself. Dramatic point. You're gonna keep silent, huh?
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that is what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the Carly? Eh? I don't know that one. The Carly. This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy? This was a key piece of evidence in the last session. This super duper pointy ring with all the jaggedy bladed edges on it was supposedly found in the stomach of the last victim, with the assertion that they pulled the ring from their killer's finger and swallowed it so that they could, post-mortem point to their killer. But the autopsy report indicated that there were no internal injuries whatsoever. Not even a scratch to the the mucous membranes inside. And this is also declared to be a big ring. So it would have at the very least scraped its way down, if not stuck in the throat. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. I feel like there still would have been comparable injuries at every point in the ingestion process, or retro-ingestion, as it were.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Hi, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. Witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. We are going to put a save down in case I hit the wrong button. For those not aware, a crucial part of playing any Ace Attorney game is saving constantly. And reloading an equal number of times, if not more. Let's go to our court record. Hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. There was supposed to be the Asogi Papers. That it was a different thing. Because this is the last will and testament, but there were talks of them looking for those papers. And this doesn't have anything particularly dramatic about it. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Well, his last will and testament said that it would be delivered, but if he's to be executed, they might have just ignored that. Like, if they wanted his stuff... No, because it's, if they want him dead, they've got him. They've got fake evidence on him. They can just execute him. What did he have that would persuade them to... let him make the bargain to, like, give his stuff to his kid. To at least give him that. Because it would seem, or to, like, to help him escape. Like, what did he have over their head? So Sogi agreed to confess to the crime because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. What if the will is fabricated? I still have to wonder if there's something silly, like there's something hidden in the sword sheath or something. Like, something along with the sword that conceals the Asogi papers, the compelling evidence that he has. And that him being shot after he escaped was them trying to go back on the deal, thinking that they could have both things. That they could remove the witness and also still keep the incriminating information concealed. I don't think that Kazuma's father would have engaged in such negotiations, and perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. That's the way that this kind of thing goes. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. So we know the last statement is probably the thing we need to challenge. Oh, no, looped again. Click, 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 click. Didn't have anything to bargain with. We're going to try the will and the will here, because the description doesn't line up with what's in it. So the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claimed disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently he described it as the only weapon I have left. So there's something about this that they lost track of it, so maybe they removed it. Like, maybe as Tess says, there's something about his possessions that they didn't want to give up. But I feel like that means there is something in them that is bad if it comes out.
Objection!
Well, it worked. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. That is a term that will forever be contaminated. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Nevers, the fellow couldn't have possibly have had anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you, you wee rat? Did I no tell you to keep that a secret? So, it's a light shaking. I mean, at least Caden isn't putting a lot of effort into it. It's clearly having a great effect on Vigil. But if you look at Vigil, he's kind of glaring at Caden, like he's just sort of like, I can't stop you from doing this, but, you know, please do. Please stop. It's irritating. You can't touch me now. He clearly can, Vigil. Like, he's doing a lot of that. I feel like if he wants to do more, there's not a lot you can do. Oh, he's accelerating. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through his belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Yeah. So I'm wondering if the will that they have supplied us, the one that we were given, is a fake. That it is a replacement document so that anybody that asks about it can be shown this very straightforward will. You know, give all my stuff to my kid. You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. One would assume so, Gumi, that Cosmo would be able to identify his father's handwriting, if for no other reason than narrative convenience. The blazes are you blethering a boot? The will was found, right and proper. Yeah, it's a fake. In the fella's cell where I said it would be. Oh, my little hands. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place. Ow, my little hands. From top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You peely-wally galoot. I don't know any of that. Internet, tell me more. Search, search, search. Okay, British English. It is Scottish slang for off-color, pale, and ill-looking. Okie doke. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know? Yon lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Gasp. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. Point. Unicorn. At last, vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. Ow, my little hands. No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. The will was fake? Where is the real document?
Objection.
The man desperately wants to reach new levels of sus. This is ridiculous. Why are we investigating this clearly critical path of inquiry? I feel that it will only make me seem more culpable, so I think we should stop. It's silly. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. Point. You were ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Okay. So the crowd is muttering, and he's dramatically pointing, but why is he dramatically pointing at Kazuma? Shouldn't he be pointing up there at Strongheart? I mean, he would have had to end it very quickly prior to the accusations against him. As soon as that came up, it gave Ryunosuke and company opportunities to call his impartiality into question. That's the only reason that it's continuing. With Sholmes having essentially pointed to all of them and saying, you're all here because this is supposed to be, the best of justice, and he's saying, we don't need that. Yep. He had a lot of time to stop this. They're chanting testify again. Unicorn. It seemed that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Though I think part of what they're presenting is that my guess, is that they're presenting Strongheart as thinking that he had things wrapped up, that everything worked, and now they're finding little gaps in the armor. And so he's finding himself in a position where he feels like he needs to exert his authority, and that's working against him. So he's kind of on his back foot. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. Flap. We searched every inch of the man's cell, and we looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Are you satisfied with calling me a liar the once, huh? Yeah, wee Waffinger. Alright. Man, this is like when Ginny was testifying. A vagabond or worthless ne'er-do-well. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. This is amazing. This is like this wiggly little noodle guy is trying to do the really puffed up chest bump. Like he's trying to do the overblown posturing, but has none of the muscle for it. Like practically none. Wouldst thou like to come at me, bro? Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. So it's the same animation he's doing when he is being throttled by the guy. But still. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you... It's just extra absurd when he's doing it himself. It was too tempting. He just had to. Little and large, what a double act. We complied with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, huh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Okay. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Look at that little smirk. Look at that. Bit of a sneer. Unicorn. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Smack. Yes, my lord. The Asogi Papers. Some buttons real quick here. Yeah.
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. Those are weasel words. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw with him? What can you tell us about that? Was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Like the bampot you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was. So, my guess here is that him just writing the will at all, they felt was a threat. Like, learning about it, because that would mean that he might have transcribed the information that was part of the bargain. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yeah, totally had info. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? It was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ah, well. Oh. What if that was still a true statement? The will was penned in the prosecutor's office. He wasn't writing the will in his cell. He was writing something else. And when they found out that he had been writing something in his cell, they panicked and brought that there and said, oh, this was it. This is what he was writing. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. Well, thanks for joining us, Natalia. Have a good night. Get some sleep. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. Mutter, mutter. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will...
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face. Well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? Pretty much, Kumi. he is only letting the trial go the way it's going because everybody is staring him down in the gallery. But we will be streaming again later in the week, and more. If this continues, there will be more next week. It proved impossible to find. That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Let's see. It's a little bit like how Von Zeeks behaved in the early trials. You know, the what are you trying to say, you Eastern sorcerer kind of talk. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. You'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. This is the assertion that Vigil was used as like a scapegoat for the whole operation.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. They had the stationery and everything. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that the orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
So the next stream will be tomorrow, and then there'll be a stream on Saturday and Sunday as well, Natalia. Same general time frame. In Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. There's absolutely something stuffed in the sword somewhere. His sword? Haruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? All right. We'll let you have we'll let you have your sword if you promise not to do any more murders with it. Pinky swear? And then their pinkies were chopped off. Warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Hi. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Miko Toba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Exactly. You have to have the pinkies as proof of promise, Gumi. If the pinkies cannot be produced, the promise was invalid. You have to be able to, like, threateningly hold up your hand with pinky extended and, like, point it at them like you pinky swore. If you can't make the assertion in that fashion, it doesn't count. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, the letters just looked like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms.
Excuse me.
I guess it's like it's like those best friends forever necklaces, the little hearts split in half. You know, you make the promise, you chop off the pinkies, each person takes the other person's. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil. Sir. It was Scarlet, sir. What now? Oh, okay. There was mention of something red. I can't remember which context, but it was something about Genshin in his, in the final moments kind of thing. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Well, see, then that's still okay because we've demonstrated that as long as you're the same blood type, that magic powder that Sholmes has will be the same color. So it's part of the process. You present each person presents a pinky if they have it, and you can verify it by blasting the pinky that a person presents and blasting the other person's pinky stump. Also, hello, casemate. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I might have critical evidence. Maybe. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. Ah! My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Written in Scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness. Is that really what you saw? What? Sir. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Wasn't it like he had red on his fingers or something like that? I apologize. Continue. There was something about Asogi in the last moments that it was something about red, but I don't precisely recall. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Didn't I have her? You can clearly see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. Nothing more to add. Nothing to see here. Move along, move along. I am to be trusted. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? In case I hit the wrong button, we're going to save. Anything we have that was emphatically written in red. I mean, this thing has to come up at some point. Really see him writing. You have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo. You must present it to the court at once. Testimony doesn't give much away. So this really was penned by Kazuma's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It does sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. Must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what we can learn. Can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. We have to have a piece of evidence that could call out that it was written in. My wild guess is that he wrote it on the tassel on that. Either in the wrapping on the scabbard, or I'm sorry, on the hilt, or on the little ribbon.
Objection.
Nope. Super vague objection. We already pressed this?
Hold it.
Just double check. Moment. It's an unusual color. It wasn't black. Strong heart is very upset about that. Didn't see the content that was there. He was only told it was a will, and as soon as he saw him, he hid it, so he couldn't tell what was actually on it. We need to present something that... Because he wasn't allowed to have any writing implements, is the thing. So there's something he had. He had his kimono, some books, and his sword. I have to assume he was writing in blood. We pull on the rabbit's ear yet? I'm sure they'll explicitly call it out like last time. That was placed. That was planted.
Objection.
They didn't give him the ring back. Let's let it play out a little bit there. I also had the...
Objection.
wanted to make sure I was objecting at the right part there. Since when I loaded, it was back at the start. Wouldn't be the first time or the last time that I do that. I could use the nudge here, because at this point I'm kind of thrashing there, Gumi. Can't use people. Ah, here we go. Scarlet stains visible on little finger. Okay. Maybe this is where I saw it.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What now? First again, you've no evidence to say that. That's probably where I saw the indication of red fingers. Let's have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. So it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard to guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What's your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? Okay. That's where I was starting to think with the ring and similar is, well, what could it have come from? Okay. It was finding where we had seen the mention of red. That's a fair one. Remember, something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was... Yeah. I think that's the trick there, Stair. I remember something about it when they mentioned the scarlet ink, or the what he was writing was in scarlet, but I didn't remember where it came from or when we heard it. The same document that Lord Clint von Zeeks was writing moments before his death. Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Not his will, this will. A last will and testament. Ah. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. When was he put in the mask, I wonder?
Objection!
Like, are we gonna exhume him and find is some paper stuffed up in his mask or something? This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. It is utterly out of the question. Lord von Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene. There's prepared in advance, but the situation that they're trying to present is that at the time of his death, like even von Zeeks alludes to that his fingertips had ink on them at the time that he was autopsied, sometime after his death. So the thought is that the ink was around the time of his death. There was an ink pot with implicitly red ink in it. Here's my legal signature. Here's the... Now I just need you to sign here, Mr. Murderer. Yes, sign here. Initial here. Okay, you may now stab me. Stab, perk. Okay, please remember to file this with the clerk's office. Good day. Dies.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And the Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Gasp. No, it couldn't be. Unicorn. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint von Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh, dramatic. The reason why Lord Clint von Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, the people of the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. It's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint von Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks was in fact... Ooh, tricky. Okay. And all three of these sound narratively viable. And the first two feel like they're more likely. But so the third one is an accusation against Clint. Hey there, King. Well, there are kitties to be seen. Take a quick breather here for a moment. Let's see, we've got all of them but Sammy. Can I see Sammy anywhere? Nope, all of them but Sammy. It seems like moving the little pillow thing that like Ember's got her butt against and Sherbet has his head against was a popular option for the upper right camera. You can look, it used to run all the way adjacent to the steps, but pulling it forward runs it along that heating pad in the upper right. It also lets me move the stairs to a more stable position because Sky would frequently scratch at them and haul the whole stair and himself off the edge. And it's a hassle to get back there and fix it. So one possibility is that his last will is these two line up. A report and an accusation to me sound like they're ultimately the same thing. He was the one doing the investigation. So one possibility is he found out, and he's going to accuse that he is saying that someone did it. But another way to look at that would be he has been investigating this, and this is the information that he has uncovered. So what we're gonna do, I have no basis to believe it's a confession. Choice 1. It's been an accusation. Accusation? Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. It would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection.
No, in that case, the will wouldn't have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person? Thump. No, if that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. And your whole argument falls down. Cute. Okay, let's think through this here. Then this lines up with the really, oh man, no matter what, you've got to soldier on, you've got to push through it. Portion. And looking at the line of reasoning, it's, well, they could have teamed up. Can do this. Believe that what Lord Clint von Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection.
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord von Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. So the assertion is that the paper wouldn't have been something to pass along. Like, they could have worked together, but if he was fatally injured, then it could have been a relay kind of thing. Like, this is what I've found, you need to carry on. I feel like we're making a leap here. That, oh, well, they would have worked together. He chose to die. It's like, no, he could have been dying when he wrote the will. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. Was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint von Zeeks himself. We gonna get smacked down again in a fake out? At the moment this twist feels unearned, like I was talking about there. They made an assertion in the last part that it's, if it was an accusation or similar, then they would have teamed up. But that is based on the idea that Clint chose to die. Like that he went along with it, kind of thing. But it's, if he was dying and used this as a way to convey information, then it would still line up. Finally open, is it? Pandora's box. But I can't think of anything that would have pointed to that, you know? Like, as a possibility, but what if kind of possibility. But I don't see any of the evidence that ties that actually together. This is too awful. Poor Lord Von Zeeks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Von Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Unicorn. Lord Von Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? He did. Like, did we ever establish that? Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. Maybe the dog collar. Maybe there was something on it that could have maybe the visual had something on it before Sholm snatched it away. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest to the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. So happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. There we go. I mean, it was capped with a crown and bore an ornate capital letter, B. But... Okay. What? Emblem bearing the initial B? You know it? The insignia of the Baskerville family. Okay. Is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. Did this ever come up? There can be no doubt then the color you described was Balmung's. Family insignia of Lord Clint von Zeek's widow. I'm still trying to draw the connection that would say, oh yeah, it was definitely a confession. Like, they're explaining it after the fact, but why we would leap to that conclusion without getting hit with 2 penalties first, you know? There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. It's true then. Clint von Zeeks really was the professor. Possible these Japanese are making it all up. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. That threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Yeah. Like, I don't find that a satisfying route. If you have to point to it and say narrative causality says it must be the third one, as opposed to rationality says it must be the first two. Yes. But also the thought that it could have been anybody in the judiciary. It could have been, like, it could be Strongheart. It could have been any other member of the prosecution, anything like that. As far as the judiciary at the time would be concerned, is if somebody high-ranking were to be accused, that would be an upheaval. Especially if it came from a high-ranking individual. Now, that's a fair one, Ster. That's a fair one. That if the person was confessing, just like they established with the rest of it, if somebody was confessing, then it would be given more weight. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That is reasonable. Can you deny it? Which I would be fine with is if there was a basis for it. Because even that collar had a big B on it. They're like, oh, well, it was the family of his wife. Did they ever tell us the family of his wife? If they did, then that's a good that's a solid one. But I don't recall them ever mentioning that, you know, Clint's widow was of the House of Baskervilles. 10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. Though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. I do not like narrative causality choices in this kind of game, though. You know, the kind of choice where you're presented with some options and the right option is the one that would be the most shocking reveal, even if you have no reason to choose that one. Generally, that is something that is reserved for the prosecution or similar to pull, like a witness charges back onto the stand, or a random event. Well, then you may have the truth. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Now, as a secondary question, so the killer was put in an iron mask so nobody could know his identity. The trial was closed off so that nobody would know what went down in the trial. The people involved in the execution were set up so that they would help with an escape. So they framed an arbitrary individual, set up the escape, and then kill him afterwards. Given that nobody would know the identity of the executed person, why not just pretend? Like, put a dummy in the casket, then walk the guy out, perhaps in a large luggage. Or don't even accuse him. Like, don't even accuse Asogi. Since they had to, like, fabricate it against him. They're going to do that. They could have gotten any random Yahoo off the street, too. Like, there, that guy. That guy looks like a serial killer. In the box you go. But perhaps we're going to get that information now. The 19th century was truly a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint von Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly aided his soul until eventually he was consumed. So on that light, if anybody can fill in these blanks of reasoning that I am drawing for how we got to this point narratively, let me know on the Discord or in the comments. Definitely appreciate it. As time went on, it slowly aided his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. Okay. Professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. Man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. That's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scene. Okay, well, at least they're justifying the, why they would try to get this guy offed. You have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Von Zeke's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Von Zeke's perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Cosma's father did... He made the late Lord Von Zeke's meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the Professor killings. But that whole statement now draws it into question. If the assertion is that Genshin made the accusation against Clint, and then went around the back of the judiciary after making the accusation, goes to his house to, quote, confront him, and then there is a document that is a confession that is produced by this process. That's kind of like what we were saying with Gregson and Cosma. The at sword point clause. Yes, as he was dying, he wrote this confession that he was actually the bad guy. You know, after I mortally wounded him. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Okay, so they had strong reason to believe Asogi committed murder here. That he had killed Clint. But did Strongart have some additional evidence of Clint being the killer? Like, did he presuppose this and just shut down Asogi's accusations to keep the peace? This statement implies that he did. That he was aware of it, but he wouldn't act on it. It's the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Cue dramatic gesture. Cue stormtroopers entering the building. You will see. When I am done, there will be order. There will be justice. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. And Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. You off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Von Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. As well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. That night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Oh, man, sir. But what if he is their older brother? What if he was just upset that they kept blowing his cover during that case? And that's why they were willing to work with him at all. He's calling in a favor. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. It might explain why the Skulkin brothers are not permanently in prison, given how, blatantly criminal they are. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Oh, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Extra, or perhaps sub-legal. You know, it's like alternative facts. It's alternative legality. Like, you choose to believe that this is criminal. I contend that it is perfectly legal. Why don't we debate about this? Like, yes, I totally acknowledge I stabbed that guy. Definitely stabbed him. Stabbed him a bunch of times, actually. See, this is the murder weapon right here, in my hands. Fingerprints all over it. Touch, touch, touch. But, I contend that murder is okay. it's not really a problem. And you contend that murder is illegal. We have a differing of opinion. I believe we should consider both sides of this argument equally. We should teach the controversy. We should open it up to public discourse. Like there's a College Humor skit where Brennan Lee Mulligan is in a meeting with some folks, and he shows up essentially with with a turd in his hand, and the whole argument is him essentially like deflecting and shutting them down, saying like, hey, nobody wants to have a conversation with me about whether it's okay if I have a turd in my hand. And they're like, no, because you have a turd in your hand. Get rid of it. Why are they so afraid to have a discussion about this? If you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal, a document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand, by completely undermining its laws. Ah. For the greater good. So what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost. Ah, it's a comical sentence.
Objection!
Exactly, barbed wire. Sometimes the only way to make sure that the law is followed is if you just break it repeatedly yourself and assert how you can't be held accountable and aren't subject to said laws. But just a moment, I will be right back. Settling back in. And we're back. Hmm. Buttons. There we go. There we go. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now, but in light of all of this treachery, I have to ask, the mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey, was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? Rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barock von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? Brazen. I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death, no. You were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. I feel like you're asserting that that's out of the question. Maybe he means that it'd more likely be ashen, you know? Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So, what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. What with all this murdering I've been doing, everything's all nice and legal now. That is everything. Yes, that is the I can't remember it. The essentially the head of the judiciary, who is running this closed court proceedings here. So the what now is looming well over the top of this. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, what are you gonna do about it? It's all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Why was there a question mark after that? Yep. There's a lot of, yeah, but it was a good idea, wasn't it? There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Okay. You just confessed to coercing and then betraying another person that you made a deal with about keeping information quiet. Like, that was the whole point of this whole sequence. And now you're telling everybody, hey, it's for the good of the country if you don't talk about this when you leave this room. Don't think about the fact that I have a lot of assassins. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Von Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. I mean, sure, his giant hunting dog was frequently returned to the house covered in big chunks of gore, but I assumed that it just kept exploding really big game animals. Just, every time. It just detonated deer and whatnot. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. At the time. Exactly, barbed wire, exactly. Just set aside the ominous beeping from under your chairs. Ignore the red dots swirling over your bodies. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. Unicorn. That will do. Neither Clint Von Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. Sanction. He's going to lose one of 5 health pips. Actually, no, he's not. If he's a prosecutor, all of that will happen off camera. Absolute worst case, um, they shunt him off a lot of trials, and he ends up going on a journey of self discovery. Perhaps he'll show up in a later case as like entangled in a murder plot. It's all court is adjourned.
Objection.
It keeps going, folks. I feel like if they shave his head, he'll just get even more supervillain looking, stir. Minute he loses that hair, he's pulling a monocle out. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? Thump. My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this court moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? All I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Von Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. He merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh, man. Oh. Two pieces of evidence from the time. The ring and the, So, the ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin and the will are the only pieces of evidence. Isn't there also the collar? It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, think back over the words, find the problem. To reach a conclusion. Two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The ring and the ring that was used to condemn him and the last will and testament. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? Whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. I warn you about the statements you're making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. Oh, we're back to those red sniper dots. Wrightson's autopsy. Okay. It's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. It's the third killing. Doesn't make sense for it to have been Clint in that scenario. No idea. Wait, 3 pages. 3 pages. 2 pages.
Take that!
There's the 3rd page. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What now? Yet moments ago, your precise words were, the 3-paged last will and testament. Gasp. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, Wirram-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, huh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
Dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me. Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right here now. Father's message. Be given to you at the end of these proceedings. Be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. The slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Request denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Unicorn. Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir, only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Wirram language. This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Long pause. Oh, thank you so very much, through gritted teeth. Azuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. The end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Unicorn. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. pursuit of justice, Lord Clint von Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. And so let us never, ever, ever speak of it again. We'll take every bit of possible evidence and further inquiry to the grave with us. Please step out into the open and do not step behind any people or obstructions for no reason. Okay. Do you have a cat in that area? Let's find out. We don't. About... Let's check the kitties while we're at it. Do. Oh, hey. Boop. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Are they finally going to let me actually dig at the sword a little bit? Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. I'm just in a hurry. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
Murdering criminals is still murder. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Will it let me poke the sword finally? Get the impression that they're not. Oh, maybe? Maybe? It's my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. Exactly. I mean, if you kill enough murderers, it's a net reduction in murderers. What's inside? Now see, this part we've been waiting for. And the lead up to it is like, okay, now we have a reason to do it. We have a reason to try. Okay. Fair enough. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint von Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma. Nobody knew. It's will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Are you going to share with the rest of the class? Oh man. You would be amazed if you could see what I see. That was amazing. Oh, would you look at that? But you can't. Not going to let us read it. Lord Strongheart. What is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? Unicorn. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. Or the prosecution is giving it, in which case, pure conjecture and hearsay is okay. It would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, hereby order all discourse from these proceedings be struck from the record. It's my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? These are the most obnoxious choices. Almost most of the time, it's present evidence. I know there's at least once that it's wait and see. But usually it's the choice is, do you want the game to continue, or would you like to see the game over screen play out in gruesome slowness? Don't be absurd. There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Yeah, I would hope that if you choose wait and see, that, well, I would hope that it would loop you back around if you're going to present the choice. But preferably, if that's all it does is loop you back around after telling you look at the sword, then it should just tell you, I should look at the sword. But as long as it just loops you back around and essentially gives you a hint, that's good. That would be good. But I know there are prior Phoenix Wright cases where it's essentially, do you want to present evidence? No? Okay, you lose. Hey there, Johnny. Welcome. We are what, like 3 or 4 twists into the final set of twists? Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? How you doing today, Johnny? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... What do you have there? Drop it. Drop it. Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Hush, you. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. They, them is safest, Johnny, but he, him will do. Hey there, Christina. I don't know the, I don't get the crow reference, but, explain if you like.
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happens 10 years ago. Last will and testament of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only found it. Welcome everybody piling in here for our big final reveal, apparently, in Great Ace Attorney. By big final reveal, I mean there's probably like another couple of hours at the rate they've been going. Discovered moments ago. Gasp. Gasps all around. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh. Oh, his composure is broken. Doo-doo. Classy. Doo-doo. Where did you find that? It's rolled up inside this. Sorry, was pushing buttons. Inside the sword, an ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. I mean, The guy in the Mikotoba here does. Let's see here. Let's see. Signature and seal certainly look official. Clean and no spoilers. See, it's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid.
Objection.
Can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. What are you trying to hide? Ugh. Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying?
Objection!
There, the courtroom. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Beg your pardon. I know, right, Taz? Much classiness. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Muttering from the crowd. Oh, my lord, it would appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. For God's sakes. Man's gonna explode. Vader, no. I pen this, my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. It was 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel that I may depart this world with honor. Honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint von Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the von Zeeks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. Seem to be coming up in the world, folks. As you do. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. Demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I become subject to his extortion. Always the possibility of misdirects. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know, yes, Clint von Zeeks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office that you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint von Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber, the mechanical man from a prior trial. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. He promised he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. I mean, not to lean into their crime spree here, but alternately, you just shoot Drebber and pop his corpse into the now empty grave. Problem solved. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Bang. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. Yeah. It would have been most efficient. Fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. Well, long pause. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. Would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underground. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Except for all the murdering. Yes. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint von Zeeks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And, we're the one that, coerced Clint into the murder. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
It's hard work killing all these people. You've done nothing. It's Lord Von Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Oh, but at least it's a nice raid this time, Koi. Fangs, welcome. Welcome. You are luckily, well, knock on wood. You're like, what, guys, 10 minutes, after? 15? Oh. Oh. We were very busy hitting buttons there, Koi. Yep, Okami, yep. I mean, I'm coming up in the world, apparently. Oh, this raid is definitely better, folks. You're always welcome. Jack. Yeah, most of the time that these kind of things happen, they're relatively indiscriminate. It's not really it's arbitrary. They would pick anybody and subject them to the same thing. So, I mean, the internet is the internet. Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. I think we're actually at the end of this game. Like, by the end of this stream. So many twists. I mean, I still don't understand one of the twist moments as far as how we were supposed to make the assertion without it being a 30% guess, But again, just like for the entirety of this trial, it's been fun. It's a good story. It's good enough to soldier through the bumps. It's not like Ryunosuke has gone Super Saiyan and all of the twists have been completely pointless. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. A new word, Koi. What's that? What will you... Will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding, nothing more. Isn't that like a soap or a moisturizer? Is there a context to this new phrase? People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. But before I forget, I do want to definitely thank Barbed Wire, who I finally got around to deputizing on YouTube here, and Tass for helping in the last half of the firefighting. Well, hello, Sherbet. Sherbet passing through. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Are we going to get a full freak out from Strongheart here? Because this is just his kind of like rage cry out here. But then again, they haven't really had any Ace Attorney trilogy style freakouts in Chronicles here. Oh, maybe. Didn't director Gant do a bit of this? Well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? These delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Frog, keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. Sherbet is orbiting me at the moment. Hello, bud. Hello, buddy. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What now? Okay, this is actually really common in the Ace Attorney games. Sadly, it tends to be like before a next act kind of thing, where the villain will seem to go, like, they'll go into a first stage freakout, and then when they come back, usually with assistance of the prosecution, they turn it around and instead are like enraged during all of the testimony. Kind of a "what are you going to do now" kind of testimony. It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. Pretty much, Barbed Wire. Like, if you look at his hair now, he has transformed a little bit. He has this little spike up. instead of just a little curl here. What, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? Hmm. Interesting thought, sir. I wonder if we'll get a profile look to see. Like I'm sorry, a side look, a side on look. Hello, shirt. Hello. Hello, bud. Yeah, he's got a more emphatic horn now. I don't think we had any trick-or-treaters on our side, Okami. Um, we are relatively isolated from main areas here. Oh man, can you imagine if he did go into almost like a stereotyped Japanese delinquent slash biker, where he went like pompadour and he hunched over in his coat, one leg standing up on the desk with the cane over his shoulder like a bat. Would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Nuh-uh. Flamethrowers. Those do great for dark enclosed places. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? I think as much they're trying to invoke like a flame on his head, especially when he's upset and they darken his skin, like they redden his skin. Like you've even got the hair kind of loose a little bit here. To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, that the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. It's like, okay, we could cover all of this up, and we could inexplicably leave a fantastically corrupt individual in command of the judicial system. Or we could just kill this man in this closed courtroom and say that he disappeared. Everybody for dogpiling on this guy and solving our problems? Show of hands. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Oh yeah, and that. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? I'm kind of waiting to find out that Iris's little transceiver is at the ear of the Queen right now. They're all chanting his name. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? Oh man, that grin. That was not a sane grin. Yeah, if you look, his hair is spiraled up to a point. Like, de-loop, de-loop. He does seem to be the kind of guy that would have a, what amounts to a studio laugh track at disposal. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he manages to evade justice. Just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options, I think. Alright, they're invoking the bunny. Which is a really fun thing to be able to say in a game. Use evidence. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now.
Take that!
Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. Your Honor, your hair is out of order. Deploy the bunny. Exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. I mean, he had a queue of witnesses ready for us out of the door. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Here goes. Apparently you only need to pull on it a little, and the paired object is a little pink mouse. And the pink mouse clings to the ear of the person that is listening, and will tug on their ear proportional to how hard they pull on the rabbit's ears. The gag being that whenever they try to use it, they haul on the bunny's ears as hard as they can, and the mouse proportionally hauls on Sholmes's ear. Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Gasp, ease. Well, that's a neat trick. Is this like a fog and projector gimmick? It's Mr. Sholmes. Wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. I'm delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart. Oh. That was the episode, Koi. There's an episode of the original run of Naruto, the anime of it, the one that is rife with filler. There is one filler episode that essentially had me flip the table on that series and not watch it anymore. And that is what I call the Scooby-Doo episode, where they quite literally have a Scooby-Doo plotline. There is a monastery of monks that are scaring people because of a big dragon monster, and it turns out they are using fog and a projector. It is Scooby-Doo. And that's like, oh, and we're out. We're done. Like, I can tolerate a lot of stuff as, like, bad translation decisions, but we're done. Is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. The little dance. What is this little dance? I feel like this is a dance. I feel like this is actually a thing that he's doing. But I don't know. To some extent, I want it to be. It's so silly. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Sholmes has developed, like, good hologram tech this far back, I guess. I was referring more to the little dance he was doing. Like, is it actually a dance? I've seen some things like... there was a time where there was a type of arcade game in Japan that was a series of, like, light sensors that went up from the floor. And there was a type of fashionable dancing at the time that involved moving your hands in such a way to hit the sensors. Like, it was supposed to go along with the dance. Not DDR, this was later. At one time, I played that. DDR, I mean. But as might be apparent, my frame did not handle it well. Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. Yes, Koi, yes. Pretty much all of Sholmes's kit is BS sci-fi of some fashion. Even if it's like retro sci-fi, it's still. Somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? You're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? And Mikotoba has caught up with the rest of the class. Well done, sir. You're a doctor, you say. That does beg the question, Koi, do we? Because in the Phoenix Wright world, there's some weird stuff that goes down. Like, I don't recall any holograms, but they do have cyborgs. Or at least they do have, like, vision-correcting, like, cyborg visors. I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Yeah, I think that's the Apollo Justice ones. Well, those are coming to Steam soon, apparently. Like, early next year, I think? Yeah, Dual Destinies. That's one with, like, a... You have to match their emotional, their emotions to their statements. And you have to, like, detect, like, visual and verbal tics to, like, call them out. Like, say, oh, he must be lying, kind of thing. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Exactly, Koi. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in Phoenix Wright that tends to be yeah, that's not how anything works, but alright. Like, your flow of logic scans, but, no. Not just any garden, you understand. I like in particular the fact that they do establish that spirit mediums are a thing, and that visually they are a thing. Like, within the courtroom, they see Pearls, the tiny little girl, turn into Mia Fey, who is very much not a very little girl. And they're like, oh yeah, but spirit mediums, that's bunk. Can't possibly be real. Just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it. You ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? Smile, you're on TV. What on earth is this all about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be, I mean... This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. He does quite. He looks like he's gonna fly over that desk any minute. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. Cinematograph. You meddling kids. Hey, we do have a dog, too. We could totally be meddling kids in a dog. Do you mean the guy that, like, the old war veteran? The one with the medal that he doesn't care about? You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You... I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. Oh, I was merely... Well, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have been... There's so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Oh, I'm trying to remember... It was an old program or something like that where... It was along the lines of, like, you've got a very important message. Like, yeah, but it's probably bad news. No, it could be. It, like, I bet you this much money, it's a very important message. Like, oh, okay, fine, I'll take the bet. And he, goes through a big to-do, opens up the letter, holds it out in front of him like a scroll. You're fired. Oh. I could see Manfred going bonkers like that. I don't recall the scene, but I could see that. The Ace Attorney games had much more visceral freakouts from the characters. I think to some extent because they had such limited animation real estate to work with as far as like how much space they could consume with the sprites and the like. So when they wanted them to emote, they really made them emote. But we get a lot more minor animation out of these guys to fill the voids. Like, there's a lot more neat little touches. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. See? You're fired. Ah. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Okay, let's... So the Queen is targeting him specifically. Great. You know, the big bad is going to get taken down. But let's not ignore the fact that the gallery is full of major figures in the judiciary that were like, yeah, he has a good idea. We should go along with it. You know, that's right, Steer. That's right. I remember Shamspear with his exploding gemstones. Let's see. Many memo is much the fact that you had the whole takedown from Susato and her friend. I am interested, Koi. Let's see. Yeah, I think I've just forgotten them. We've been playing these games for so long. I mean, I know we generally play it once a week, but man, this series has been good time for cost. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Point. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. I mean, that vein over his left temple is going somewhere. He's gonna break his unicorn stick. Yeah, he broke his unicorn stick. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. I am not disappointed. Oh. He's actually all crispy. I'm kind of reminded of anybody ever see and hear the Hellfire song from Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame. Lord Clint von Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. Like, Strongheart has a lot of those vibes to him. where it's his persona, his public front is very law and order, but there is a self-serving driver behind it. I would say the best thing that came out of Hunchback of Notre Dame, Disney's one, um, just my opinion, is that song. That song and the animation that goes with it is masterful. So if you get nothing out of that, else out of that film, just watch a YouTube video of that segment in a totally legal and non-copyright infringing manner. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation, but I couldn't find the damned document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Well, thank you, Raymond. I appreciate it. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. You join us towards the final port. Raymond or Rahman or if you have a pronunciation guide, that may help as well. It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. At the rate we're going, Barbed Wire, 6 more twists would not surprise me. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. So Ramon? The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Von Zeeks. Clint. Hollow Sholmes. Hail Strongheart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I mean, we've spent this entire trial going into great detail of how could he. I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine of death. It was just a step away. See, if it weren't for you, and for your ambition to succeed, point. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. That, but the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Not as it were, literally fallen from the... Neat trick. Summon Officiating Judge is a uncommonly used spell, but it is useful when it has its context properly. I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. You know, I feel like it would have been better a better entrance for this guy if instead of Sholmes snapping and the guy is there when we look back, if we had actually gotten to see like a dramatic anime leap with the white background and black silhouette descending to the to the throne up here. Perhaps shedding a hooded cloak. Big fluffy beard blowing in the wind. I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Actually, this is another good thing. We have revealed, or at least we have confirmed in full animation, how fireproof these courtrooms are. We'd been wondering about that, given that the entire trial system seems to be built around launching fire into the air with a great deal of precision. And at least one instance of a entire stagecoach being lit on fire inside of the courtroom, and the courtroom shows 0 damage. And now we have the whole flamethrower scales of justice apparatus rolling down the bench to the floor and bursting into an inferno. And the entire courtroom is fine. Mail is crispy, nothing else is damaged. I know Ginny set off smoke bombs in the courtroom. But I don't think it was an actual explosion. The darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. I don't remember that one. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I know there has been a bomb threat or like an explosion in an Ace Attorney game. First time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. That would be my guess, here, is that it's one of the Ace Attorney games. Oh, no, I don't think it's one of the Apollo Justice ones. Actually, no, I can't remember. The Apollo Justice ones, for me, have been so far ago. I just remember the two of the gimmicks and the girl in the yellow suit. At the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. No, Lord Von Zeeks. This is legitimate shock from Naruhodo. Von Zeeks, like, appreciating that he was going to act in defense of him in this trial was so lightweight, but such so profound. Like, this would be legitimately shocking to hear him say. Hey, Sherbet. Buddy. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. I mean, I've already played through the Ace Attorney trilogy. In the past, I played the Apollo Justice games, though they're going to be like the Ace Attorney games, as I don't remember anything that really went down in those anymore. And I think we're getting to the end of this one. The only ones I haven't been exposed to are like the Edgeworth investigations. That actually sounds familiar now. I don't remember anything other than that it sounds familiar that there was an explosion in an Apollo Justice game. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. See, this is an accurate statement. The prior statement with Kazuma, it is reasonable to say that you could put a suffix on the end of the statement that would be under false pretenses. In the past, like too long ago now, I did play at least one Apollo Justice game, or at least one game that featured them. I don't remember much of it though, aside from like the spot the tick gimmick and the emotion gimmick, and the fact that you have Apollo and the girl in the yellow suit. I did play the Layton crossover. The Layton crossover was fun because I like the Layton games too. But don't worry, my memory is totally reliable. That's not at all why I have a pile of notebooks waiting for when we play Scene Investigators again. The brilliant Lord Von Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. I do have to get my Switch wired up to do some streaming. I wouldn't mind playing some Suika game one of these times. So many games to play, though. Well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. That's an opinion you have there. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. But actually, it's not true. Okay. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. That case was a bomb. Haha. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually you have to kill it with a magic missile. It makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just in true. Smack! Ever tried to do that? Like, really, really violently slap both cheeks? Even setting aside the fact that he gets his whole forearm into it? Like, loud enough to make a noise? So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What now? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Boop. I kind of want a CRT monitor turning off, you know, ka-chunk or kind of thing. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Quite sure we shall all meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barak von Zeeks. Gavel. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zeeks. Yay! I do feel like it would be more on character for these court proceedings to, so the fireworks are on character, absolutely. But I feel like the falling confetti should be fire. Just it rains embers down on the courtroom. That is all. Court is adjourned. Double gavel. You know, this is ultimately the primary complaint I have about a lot of the Ace Attorney content. This is very loud and can't be skipped usually. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. Really must congratulate you. It's a truly, truly splendid performance. It's not every day you get to see somebody rip the legs out from under an entire country's judicial system, let alone damage the diplomatic corps of another country at the same time. It's an accomplishment. You know, autocorrect is simultaneously a bane of existence, but also a wellspring of comedy. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Thank you very much. I don't recognize your memes. I'm at least a decade behind on them at all times, and you guys know it. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Your kind words mean so much to me. Really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I've had people my age tell me I'm behind on memes. What was the first time this kind of thing came up, Tess? I think it was back on Twitch. Somebody was talking about taco feet or something like that. I think my blank stare hurt him in some way. Really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case. quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. I kind of want to see Lord Von Zeke smile. I feel like there will be some sort of fundamental fissure in reality on both sides of his face if that happens. Long pause. Miss Susato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Yes, this is true, and I will resent you for it for the rest of my life, but... Was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. That is the sort of intro sequence that is right before the opening song of a sort of 80s cartoon kind of like crime fighting show. Semi-related. Anybody remember a cartoon called Sherlock Holmes in the 27th century? I don't remember anything other than the fact that its opening music is grotesquely repetitive, and its general concept. Made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. The title kind of tells you everything you need to know. You have a sort of cyberpunk world, really more of just like a cyber future. Light on the punk. And Sherlock Holmes has been preserved in some fashion and revived along with Watson. I think along with Watson. That's it. The opening theme song is just the title over and over and over and over. We have a running gag presented so far. Who's going to be the third person who's not smiling when Susato asserts that they're probably smiling? Miss Susato, there's another face like thunder here. My, and he really was here. Lord Von Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps... I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. That's a good little bit of a character moment there. Is that Kazuma is willing to say, you know, you fought for what you believed in, but I still resent you for what happened. I won't forgive you, but I respect you. I know, right, Koi? I don't know if it's already dropped or if it's or if it's still scheduled, but I do have a short about that. I believe it's about Genshin's murderous rampage. Shameless plug, watch my shorts. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint von Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. First is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Hey there, Gumi. Clint von Zeeks. Womp womp. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Sherbet coming through for another strafe here. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... That was from a particular era of animated programming there, Tass, wasn't it? What now? Father. It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you, something of great importance. I'm not sure how you could have detected inactivity there, TikTok. But sure, whatever. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. Is Iris like the love child of Clint von Zeeks or something? You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me... This also ties into the I have confessed my sins to my wife. Not just the fact that he was a murderer, but also that there was, another woman. I need you to ask that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. Did you say, if something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... Laugh. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. I couldn't figure out a way to really, I couldn't wrap my brain around getting Miko Toba into the Obi-Wan spot there, Cass. All right then, tell me the address. And there at once was Seishiro, and no, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well, then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house, in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. Okay, do we give it away fully and give her pink hair once the light falls on it? Poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was of tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Oh, No, was this just Clint's wife? Because that's the Baskerville's sigil. It clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife? Okay. They were very circuitous about that. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint von Zeeks? That's right. Like, there's a woman of the gentry, and I want you to help her. As opposed to the wife of von Zeeks, you know? It's a bit of, narrative pantomime going on there. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I feel like that pose right there is why. That and the drinking, sir. All of the drinking. He's completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What now? Well, your brother said he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, okay, that's why she was out in the middle of nowhere. She was essentially doing a cut and run. Ye olde witness protection system. The girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Von Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course, and bought the battle pass. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. I don't know. If I feel like if you pulled Iris Koi, I feel like that would have been winning. Sir Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife, so it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. That's true, Sturdix. I consider her like a daughter, and that's why I got the hell out of the country right after she was born. That's just how he rolls. I had no idea. So Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Okay, if you pull on the ear of the one, the other one grabs and pulls. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Oh, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Innuendo. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. We would also accept You'll Go Blind, Tass. Oh, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said that she thought my special blend was delicious. I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. No? Really? Oh, pooh. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. How lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Given how Iris treated Ginny, she's not like a hostile friend. You know, there's no... There doesn't seem to be a yandere bone in her body. But she's persistent and insistent. It's less of an I won't let you escape, and it's more of a you can't escape. Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch. Final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Von Zieks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Just a slight tilt to his head there, like, what now? I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. Another fun thing with Von Zieks is he's pretty desaturated compared to most of the other characters. Like, he has a couple of, like, really, like, solid color touches. But aside from the black and white, he's a really, like, well, a desaturated palette. A lot more, like, grays and softer colors. Black is tricky in that regard, because you can have really strong blacks. I think maybe leaning more grayscale, you know? He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Hmm? I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. Must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Gumi is expressing her support for her favorite character. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. Hey, Ginny's got her grenade launcher back. Oh, in good touch, she's still wearing the mourning band. What time you got here? I've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's got to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Thanks for joining us, Barbed Wire. And thanks again for helping hold the battle line. Right, I'll remember that. He's referring to, I think, Venus, the woman who has a racket convincing kids to buy her fireworks, her firecrackers, by kind of like convincing them that they could blow up their school with them. And then after she sells a whole bunch of them, she goes to the school and warns them that there are a bunch of kids talking about blowing up the school with firecrackers. And then offers to dispose of the ones that are confiscated. She also seems to be a bit fascinated with matches. Don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. If you care to hazard a guess, where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe, inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? Tell him the story he was right there for. I would believe it, yes. Say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, hmm? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still, definitely on character. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. Finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. Must say, I haven't seen Suzato looking so happy in a very long time. I feel like that might be self-inflicted, Professor Mikotoba. Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I knows best. It's a diver's life for me. Really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more. So... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? I can't remember. So Tobias Gregson is like that name is straight out of the Sherlock Holmes stories. That is a a Scotland Yard inspector that Sherlock Holmes works with. Gina Lestrade is a gender swapped version of or name for another inspector that Sholmes works with. I don't remember what the first name is, but I thought it was another G. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. I don't remember seeing that expression on her before. Yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? This whole pose and expression. I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. This is as bad as when it seemed like the Dr. Wilson at the beginning who was shot was thought to be Iris's father. But turns out that was a misdirect. Then it's decided I'll do it, and I swear I'll find your dad and bring him in kicking and screaming. About that. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. I will reach into hell and drag your soul kicking and screaming to this dinner party. Look, Iris, it's your dad. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is, of course. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Early, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I've finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? This is possibly the last stream of The Great Ace Attorney 2. It's been going on for quite a bit. We are on closing in on hour 5. And I think the final trial has been like 4+ sessions. But hello, gamer. Every word, Iris. I mean, it's close to Disney Koi, given that her mother was like long since dead. Well, as soon as we encountered her. What is it? One of the prerequisites for a usually a Disney princess, if not major Disney character, is dead or missing parents. And if one of the parents has to survive, it's not going to be the mother. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Words that you can't just... It's right up there with the word Genshin. Ah, yes. They are, though. I'm sure Steamboat Willie and Winnie the Pooh are giving them fits. They have their alternate versions that Disney is still going to protect, but yeah, it's going to be good times. That is a copyright empire that I am looking forward to being torn to shreds. Think, Mikotoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. How has your day been, gamer? Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, or maybe next week? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. I like the the way they present the two desks. You have Susato's desk completely clean and organized, and Naruhodo's desk piled with books, but also the books are disordered. Like, all of the books are stuffed with papers to make them asymmetrical. Trapezoid instead of rectangle. So the whole thing has this wobbly, uneven look to it. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come to burn it all down, drops Match. Time to bid this place farewell, see? Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint von Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint von Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. You're going to have to explain, sir. When I read Soseki's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you'd decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Von Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. It's the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in the aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. So you intercepted any investigation into a closed murder case that would have made this one way easier to deal with. Okay. Something I've never understood is why Susato came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So She did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. I think terrifyingly intelligent is a more apt term. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so, too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something, too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma, but he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Oh, man. That cut to white was kind of impactful. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzato, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today, standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. Hey there, Quiggle over on TikTok. Welcome. If you're sticking around this time. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized I am so bad at this. I have only been winning by the skin of my teeth. How am I still here? Oh my god. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. To some extent, it's a bit of a running gag throughout the Ace Attorney trilogy, and even in this game. Naruhodo has one trial where he had an actual lawyer, like law student, prompting him the whole time. And then he had, like, a crash course in British law from somebody that wasn't fully trained in it. She's knowledgeable and she has materials, but she's not trained either. He has a crash course in it. That still makes him at least as qualified as Phoenix Wright, because we generally don't get a good impression of Phoenix Wright's actual, like, education. What we do know, the one thing we do know, is he's an art major. That's what he went to college for. And later he says he studied art on the side. Law on the side. So... Oh, additionally, he has a whole bunch of books on law in the background in his office. He hasn't read them. Those are Mia's. Like, he calls out, he hasn't ever, like, checked them. For him, they're just for show. It's that the main character is just flying by the seat of their pants almost every moment in these cases. So it's that, like, when you call out a piece of evidence, like wrong, where they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a contradiction, isn't it?" And the judge is like, no, it's not. It's not just the feel that the player guessed wrong; it's that you can feel that the main character is just sort of flailing, just throwing stuff out and seeing if it'll stick. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. And I think that's ultimately the charm of the mwah mwah. Iroquois. Oh. But I think that's the charm of the Ace Attorney games, is that sensation that the character you're playing as is kind of just rolling with it. Do I like games with a heavier vibe of deduction? Absolutely. That's why the Scene Investigators game just has a grip on my brain. But I also like these very, like, soap opera hammy, over the top ones like this too. They aren't really investigation games, they're courtroom dramas, and they're cheesy ones. Make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Now, with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you a good night. Susato, I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, a little at the start, and a little at the end, and all of the stuff in between. From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite all right. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruhodo. You did? Yes, she can read your mind. She's demonstrated that throughout the entirety of the game. Of course she knew what you were going to do. Susato? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. He'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. Ah. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. Well, that and she wouldn't be allowed in the courtroom to help you in Japan. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. If you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you. She is such a better character than Maya. I mean, Maya's amusing in her own right. But as far as like the role she plays, um, Maya is so very light on the ground compared to Susato. Especially in the court scenes. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. I did find his little tap dance hilarious, but I kind of wish the they had hammed up the dance with Sholmes even further. Like have the both of them do a full on dance number instead of just the spotlights. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Iris continuing her tradition of making a very pleasant, innocuous sentence sound really sinister. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think, pulls gun. All right, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Voiceover.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Not quite a... Yeah, they have the accents, but they're really lightweight accents. Though Kazuma did pretty much have a Titus laugh there.
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
The majority of what they're saying does. Like, there is definitely like a British inspired accent to like everything in between uh the beginning and end. Like the tail end of some of the things they're saying have some of the have a bit of the vibe of your kind of Japanese Chinese accent, that kind of feel. Um but it's really faint. To some extent, it's kind of preferable to that than them going with kind of that full English vibe to it. You know, the we learned a language that is disparate in grammar and structure, so there are words that we omit, or similar. But we're both defense lawyers, so
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
like Kazuma has a British accent. Like the 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 hints of Japanese are not really there for him.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
I mean, this is fair. Ryunosuke looks way better with that sword in the courtroom scenes than Kazuma does.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But
Are
it
they
was
actually going to
unmistakable.
explain?
I wanted to kill him.
Are they going to explain the damage to the suitcase?
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them.
Like, we know that the tip of this sword is stuck in Gregson's suitcase. Like, there was a pretty hefty chop into that suitcase.
As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all, I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
So that was one of the things that made Ryunosuke look really cool especially during the summation examinations, where he was walking back and forth in front of the jury with like one hand on the hilt of the sword. It was another good thing about his smug posture. Like, it really worked for him.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, it's it's solid with her. And I think it's as Stir is calling out, is the other two are like speak more without an accent, with Kazuma having no audible accent with that. Ryunosuke's is, yes, fluent. There you go. Ryunosuke's is so very faint. Like there are a couple of words now and again where you get a hint of it. It's there with her.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion.
I always loved that the chessboard in Edgeworth's office in the Ace Attorney games, the Ace Attorney trilogy, was always a bunch of maroon chess pieces matching Edgeworth's outfit, surrounding one blue chess piece. And Phoenix, whenever he would look at it, would be like, that one blue chess piece looks kind of like it's got spiky hair.
I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
I mean, it's hard to beat Francisca. Like, there's a lot of amusing in her arc.
Of course.
Edgeworth has more drama in his arc.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
You're correct. Your self-assessment is accurate.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
This whole conversation has that vibe of both of them aggressively not making eye contact, blushing furiously, you know?
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Is that the first time her voice has been voiced over? If that's Iris's voice, that's not what I was expecting, really.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I think this is his first voiceover as well. And not exactly what I heard in my head, but his voice definitely fits too.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Can you imagine if they did the voiceover for the whole games?
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
I mean, Capcom is more than allowed to just
Peculiar
keep
twist
cranking
of
these
fate
games
brought me
out
halfway
personally.
around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But
Sure, but it's extra cozy
was
there.
alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain
Yes.
true, Wilson.
Case by case,
We have but to gently close
it's a
our
mixed
eyes.
bag. Even moment by
welcome
moment, it can be a
companions
mixed
Once
bag.
more.
But the
So,
the
I
the
do
animation
just
of the
that.
characters does lend a lot to it, because so much of
When I
Ace
do,
Attorney is
I can
carried
hear his strong,
by the
familiar
way the
voice
characters
ring
behave.
out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I mean, yeah, this whole ending has had multiple layers of, hey, sequel in Japan. Hey, sequel in Japan. Just in case, we are muting the audio at this point. I want to see. I would like to see all games, like whether it's new games or remasters of the old Ace Attorney games, fully voiced, fully animated and voiced. I would play those again. Yeah, yeah. I had a so some context. One of the reasons that this game is so refreshing was so uh has been so enjoyable. I think it still was, but in context, following the game it did, this has been just so reinvigorating for the this style of game because we played this following Danganronpa 2. And for the yeah, yeah. Uh Danganronpa 2 had some solid moments and it was a downhill ride. Um I have some options. You know what? Once we once we wrap up with this, just watch through the sequence here. I do have some, and it might be good to chat about them a little bit in over the course of maybe 15 minutes. Yes. Well, in general, since we're not listening to this one, we're just going to. There we go. Okay. So, buttons. So there are a couple that I'm thinking for games in the detective genre. Should this be one that we fill the gap with? There are so many games, but two that I've mentioned. One of them is like Mohism, something like that. Mohism, which is described as it's a world with like it's a cultivation kung fu world, like martial artists, that kind of thing. With trials and similar between individuals that are like that, but the person that you are playing as, the detective, is not one of those kind of superhuman martial artists. So that's interesting. We have also Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane, which is supposed to be Ace Attorney, but in a magic world. So those are potentially compelling. One of these times we may revisit Your Turn to Die, but they haven't been updating it frequently. It's still in kind of a pseudo early access kind of life cycle. So, probably won't touch that one for a bit. Now, additionally, there is a game that Aviary Attorney. How odd. I will put that on my radar. We do have one plug for those that like the detective part. If you didn't see us play it last time, on Saturday, we are going to be playing Scene Investigators, which is a full-on very investigative game. It is not footwork detective, it is not interviewing people detective. It is a here is a location, extract information game. And it has gripped my brain. So if you'd like to see what that one's like, swing on by. And if you have any suggestions for other games that are more Ace Attorney-ish, which is also a type that I like, then feel free to put them in the suggestion box on the Discord, which you can get to through links in my profile or in my video descriptions. And while you're down there, if you liked what you saw today, remember to like and subscribe or follow or whichever is relevant to the platform so that the corresponding algorithms know what you like and will give you more. Yeah, Danganronpa 3 would be pretty low on the list. I'm not averse to revisiting that series at some point, but I feel so betrayed by 2. Um, like, I Raincode is something that I've seen people streaming. I've avoided it because I was kind of interested. I believe that one's on Switch, right? I don't think there was anywhere else that was at. Yeah, I think that's still Switch exclusive. But Switch is something that I do want to wire up for my streams. It's not a matter of I don't want to, it's a matter of I need to figure out where to put the devices in the wires and how to set them up to make it viable. But we have some things. If you have suggestions or things that you would like to call out or similar, game suggestion forums or the break room on the Discord. Game suggestion is a good spot if you want to put links and what have you. That's generally where I look. I did play the Sonic parody one, Koi. I wasn't fond of the little grab the rings mini game, and I was, I get that they weren't going to kill him, but seriously, they had his corpse on the front of the box. I felt lied to. Like, you could have made it a dream or something like that, but to have him just stand back up and be like, I was just playing, guys. Like, would it be okay if we just, bashed him on the head and put him back down? Like, he's the least compelling character in that fiction. The Escapades of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. What's that one? We'll have to look. That might be a little bonus thing that we do. But yes, wrapping up before I let myself get so engaged that I run over the 6-hour mark and risk YouTube shenanigans. Tomorrow is going to be our collaboration with Okami for more Monster Hunter World, assuming it is the day that I think it is. Yes. Then Saturday will be Scene Investigators. Like I said, if you like real, like, heavy investigation stuff, swing on by for that one. Sunday is Paranormal PI, which is like if you took things like Phasmophobia or Demonologist and you made them about investigating and banishing ghosts, not about jump scares or getting killed. Then swing by for that one. Both of those have my attention right now. With Ace Attorney Chronicles wrapped up, there's going to be something else that will enter the rotation with us. We shall see. Got kind of 2 time slots to fill. I am tempted to put Star Ocean into the rotation. We do need to get Sea of Stars, which now that I think about it, both of them have very similar names. But anyway, Star Ocean has recently dropped, and that is a bit of a nostalgia fest for me. Star Ocean 2 was really good back in the day. So there's a lot on the plate. If you have thoughts on what you would like to see, again, swing by the Discord. But with that protracted ramble out of the way, let me see, is there somebody streaming? I should have been doing this while I was rambling, but you know how it is. This is why we can't have nice things. Oh, hey! Primrose Rosarin seems to still be playing Ace Attorney Trilogy. There we go. Excellent. Let's go. Thanks for watching, everybody. See you next time.